House will come to order. The chair recognizes a member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, who moves the House adjourn in the session of February 6, 2025. You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the House is adjourned. The House will attend to a prayer by House Chaplain Reverend Jonathan Hopkins, pastor, Concordia Lutheran Church in Concord.
Good morning. Since President's Day is coming up, this morning's prayer incorporates the words of George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. Dear God, today we bring the needs of our government before you and ask you to bless our state through these elected leaders. We give thanks that they have heard the call to serve all the people of the great state of New Hampshire. We pray for the members of the New Hampshire House of Representatives to find peace and direction, and for these men and women to act and lead according to wisdom and justice. A house divided against itself cannot stand. Therefore, we pray for them to be unified in righteousness for the sake of our state. Remember this morning that beyond politics, we care for one another as humans. And we pray this morning for Rep. Gabby Grossman's son, Oscar, that you will be with them in this difficult time. We stand here today on the shoulders of all other men and women who have served in our government before us. Remember today the prayers of President George Washington, that thou wilt incline the hearts of the citizens to cultivate a spirit of subordination and obedience to government, and entertain a brotherly affection and love for one another and for their fellow citizens of the United States of America at large. And finally, that thou wilt most graciously be pleased to dispose us all to do justice, to love mercy, and demean ourselves with charity, humility, and a pacific temper of mind. Remember today the words of President Abraham Lincoln, with malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right. Let us finish the work we are in, to bind up the nation's wound, to care for him who shall have borne the battle, for his widow and for the orphans, to do all which may achieve a cherished and just and lasting peace among ourselves and with all other nations. Be with the New Hampshire House of Representatives today to continue the work of the great state of New Hampshire that serves to bring about good for all of its citizens. Amen.
Chair recognizes a member from Merrimack, Representative Julie Miles, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. The chair recognizes Tristan Plumb of Merrimack, who will now sing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched, where so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
The House will attend to requests for leaves of absence.
Mr. Speaker, the day, illness, Representatives Gagne and Lundgren. The day, important business, Representatives William Dolan, DuPont, and John McDonald. The day, illness in the family, Representatives Crawford and Grossman.
These leaves of absence shall be granted unless otherwise ordered by the House. The House will attend to the introduction of guests.
Mr. Speaker, please welcome Marissa Klomp, student of the Virtual Learning Academy Charter School, our page for the day. Mr. Speaker, please welcome Elise and Peter Rollo, guests of Representative Miles, Elizabeth Spain Foss, guest of Representative Foss, the Honorable Michael McCarthy and Peggy McCarthy, former members from Nashua, guests of Representative Doucette, Executive Counselors Karen Leo Hill and Janet Stevens, guests of the Speaker. They are with us in the gallery today.
Welcome to the New Hampshire House. The House will attend to a resolution.
Mr. Speaker, Representatives Osborne and Simpson offer the following. Resolved, that the House of Representatives notify the Honorable Senate that it is ready to meet in joint convention for the purpose of hearing the budget address by Her Excellency Governor Kelly Ayotte.
The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. The House will attend to a Senate message. The House will attend to a Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate is ready to meet with the Honorable House of Representatives in joint convention for the purpose of hearing the budget address by Her Excellency the Governor Kelly Ayotte.
House will come to order. The chair recognizes the Sergeant at Arms.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Senate. Keep going. One more. Last four right there. Last four right there. Spread out.
Recognize the Sergeant at Arms.
Mr. Speaker, President of the Senate, Honorable Sharon Carson of Londonderry.
The joint convention will come to order. The chair recognizes the Sergeant at Arms.
Mr. Speaker, Her Excellency Governor Kelly Ayotte.
The joint convention will be attentive to the budget address given by Governor Ayotte.
Mr. Speaker, Madam President, honorable members of the House and Senate, counselors, commissioners, my fellow citizens, our state is on a remarkable upward trajectory, and today I'm here to present my recommended budget for fiscal years 2026 and 2027, which will keep us on the path to greater prosperity for all of New Hampshire. We begin this year with our economy in a very strong position. Our rate of job growth exceeds the national average and is the best in New England. New business startups also exceed the national average. Unemployment is low, wages continue to rise, and we are outperforming our neighbors in so many different measures. Our New Hampshire advantage is on display for all to see. Our prudent, financially responsible approach to taxes and regulations and our commitment to protecting our unique quality of life has made us a prime destination in the region in the competition for talent. As individuals assess their opportunities and families look at the costs and quality of life, New Hampshire is seen as a destination where you can realize your full potential. What we've created over these last number of years is special, and all of New Hampshire is benefiting from it. This success does not come without new challenges, like increasing our housing supply, or having a best-in-class education system, or keeping up with the demand for our services. But I believe together we can meet these challenges head-on. When I stood here a month ago, I shared with you the necessity for us to recalibrate. I told you that we must operate within our means and meet our commitments to those who are depending on us. And for the past number of years, our budgets have been bolstered by billions of dollars from the federal government due to the COVID pandemic. We've also seen high revenues that made it easy to engage in surplus spending in new areas. Our last budget saw a 21% spending increase in general funds over a 2-year period, not to say anything of the off-budget spending that occurred as well. The simple fact is that our revenue landscape looks different from that of the past number of years. With federal transfers dropping and revenues lower overall, a recalibration of our approach is in order, both for the total amount of spending and also for how we steward every single taxpayer dollar. The state of New Hampshire is strongest when we, as individuals, families, and small businesses, have more money in our pockets. That's something that our friends on the other side of the aisle don't seem to understand. The strength of our state lies in the individual, in those that create the job opportunities for others. That isn't the role of government. Furthermore, the answer to our challenges is not to take more from our citizens in the way of taxes, but rather to look carefully and thoughtfully at what we're doing as a state. Ask if we need to be doing it. Ask if we can afford to continue doing it. Much of what we accomplish best in our state is done at the local level, and that's why we are pushing more funds than ever to the local level. And it's why I also challenge our local officials to take the same stance we do as a state and to take a hard look at what they're spending their dollars on at the local level. When we're sending more money down locally, I would hope that our local officials would accordingly pass on property relief, tax relief, whenever it's possible. In building this budget, our guiding principle has been to deliver a budget worthy of our people that represents a recalibration of the way we do business while continuing our New Hampshire way of not raising taxes, but instead taking a hard look at spending. We have a constitutional responsibility to deliver a balanced budget for the citizens of New Hampshire. We rolled up our sleeves to find savings to meet this mandate, and our commissioners worked diligently alongside of us. In comparison to our last budget, we are spending $150 million less in general funds in this budget. This adjustment in general funds was undertaken smartly and thoughtfully, with a scalpel, not a shovel. It does so without across-the-board cuts and prioritizing those who are depending on the services provided by the state. We focused on making our government more efficient and ensuring that tax dollars do more with less. We cut bloated contracts from out-of-state vendors. We took a hard look at how our agencies operate, and we worked with our commissioners to dial in spending. We also found areas to make responsible adjustments that bring us in line with the times, and we followed what other states are doing as well. We brought our Medicaid eligibility back in line with pre-pandemic levels and joined our neighbors in requiring nominal copays for some of those receiving those benefits. I'd like to thank our commissioners for their diligence in working through this process and their openness to considering new ideas and approaches to our work. Those who depend on the services of our state can rest assured that this budget will deliver for them. Rising costs are a problem for everyone, and we heard loud and clear the need to help our local communities meet the needs of tomorrow. I am proud to announce that this budget sends more money down to the local level and spends more money on education than ever before. This budget also begins the overhaul of the Group 2 retirement system to make good on our promise to those who keep our state safe. It delivers record levels of spending for special education, nearly 50% higher than the last biennium. This budget expands education freedom to all public school students. This budget will help get the cell phones out of the classroom. It continues a tuition freeze at our community colleges. It ensures no wait list for persons with disabilities. It streamlines the permitting process for housing, and it does a whole lot more. This budget not only honors our unbreakable commitment to those in need of our help, but it will help prepare our next generation to meet the needs of tomorrow as well. What we have done for our students in this budget is tremendous. We are spending more on education than ever before, and we're putting our students and our teachers first. This budget continues the increases from the last biennium, and it ensures that our education system has the resources that it needs. We are making a $98.8 million investment in special education, nearly a 50% increase from the last biennium. We understand the skyrocketing costs facing towns in providing special education, and we want to lessen the financial burdens and ensure that students are receiving the resources that they need. We are making education freedom available to all public school students so that parents can decide what learning environment is best for their children and that every child can reach his or her full potential in our great state. And we're making good on my promise to get the cell phones out of the schools. But we're doing it, we're gonna do it the New Hampshire way. There's $1 million in There's $1 million in this budget available for grants to school districts to come up with their own solution on how to address the cell phones in the schools. And some schools are already taking this action on their own. At Stevens High School in Claremont, they've given every student a secure pouch to lock in their cell phone at the beginning of the day, and at the end of the day, they get their cell phone back. Let me tell you what the results of that are. This policy is reducing distractions in the classrooms. It's great for students, it's great for teachers. It's also reducing cyberbullying. And it's doing it all without having teachers be the cell phone police. We are making investments in our community college system to keep career-ready education accessible to our students, ensure that our businesses have a dependable pipeline in the trades and other high-demand jobs so that we have the workforce of tomorrow here in New Hampshire. We are investing $4.4 million to ensure tuition stays flat at our community colleges to make sure that that opportunity to attend a community college is accessible to as many students as possible. We are putting $6 million toward dual and concurrent enrollment programs, giving students the opportunity to jumpstart their careers in high school, whether by making it faster and cheaper for them to receive necessary training for the career they want, or giving them the exposure and the experience earlier to discover their passion and to build their confidence to go for it. 10,000 students across our state are taking advantage of these programs, and collectively, it represents millions of dollars in savings for them and for their families, and also helps them chart a good course for their future. We are also funding expansions for career and technical education and our workforce credentialing programs, which make it easier for individuals to get training they need for the in-demand jobs in our state, from the trades like welding and HVAC and electrical work to the important healthcare workforce like licensed nursing assistants. Just last week, I heard a story of Lindsay Taylor, a mom of two who wanted to change careers and she wanted to give back to her community. She entered a short-term credentialing program to become an LNA at NHTI. And after passing the licensing exam, you know where she went to work? She went to work in dementia care at the Merrimack County Nursing Home. Lindsay is an incredible example of an individual who was able to answer her calling and use the pathway created by these credentialing programs. We want everyone who feels that pull to have the same opportunity in our state. Investing in these opportunities for students to learn a trade or get credentialed in a high-demand field like healthcare is going to pay dividends in the long run for the state of New Hampshire and for our citizens by opening new pathways to public-private partnerships, addressing critical gaps in our workforce, and putting more Granite Staters on the path to having a really good paying career right here in our great state. Last month at my inaugural, I spoke to you about service and how important service is to my family, and how important it is that our state, that we foster that spirit of service across our state, that we teach it, that we model it, so that our kids grow up and they want to serve themselves as well. Those that serve others in New Hampshire are truly the backbone of our state. Our law enforcement, our firefighters, our EMTs, our corrections officers, first responders, nurses, teachers, state employees, National Guard members, our citizen legislature. Service can take on so many different forms in our state, but it is the bedrock of our state. Those public servants, they protect us, they take care of us, they defend us, they teach us, they help lead us, Their contributions to our communities cannot be properly valued. And that's why it's so important to me that when it comes to our public safety employees, that they have a fair and competitive retirement system to ensure that we can recruit and retain those who have these dangerous jobs. Which is why I am proud to announce that today we are starting the process of overhauling our Group 2 retirement system by making a $33 million investment to restore the benefits that were promised to our public safety employees. It's the right thing to do. This is only the beginning, but it is a big step forward in ensuring that they receive the retirement that they have earned. Our ranking as the safest state in the nation is a result of the work of our dedicated first responders, our state troopers, our corrections officers, our local police, our deputy sheriffs, our firefighters, our probation and parole officers. We depend on them, and they depend on us to make sure that they have the tools that they need. And that begins with sending me legislation to fix this disastrous bail law that is putting our law enforcement officers at risk and the public at large. What happened in Manchester last Friday night, it's unbelievable. When an individual accused of repeatedly stabbing another person in the middle of Elm Street, I think those of us know where Elm Street is on Main Street, where all those businesses and stores are, and this person also had a prior conviction for domestic violence, but was allowed to walk free by a magistrate. I cannot emphasize this enough. Send me legislation to fix this once and for all. This budget ensures our law enforcement have the tools and resources necessary to keep our state safe. It fully funds the Granite Shield Initiative, which is combating fentanyl, methamphetamine, now xylazine statewide, and funds the creation of a new Northern Shield effort that will bring more resources to Coos, Grafton, Carroll, and Sullivan counties to combat drug trafficking. It also helps support this effort that we are undertaking with the City of Lawrence to stop the flow of drugs that are coming up 93 and into our state. It adds an additional full-time investigator to the Attorney General's cold case unit to bolster their resources in cracking these cases and providing closure to the victims of these very difficult cases. It provides $10.5 million to fulfill our victims of crime obligations, $2.3 million for court-appointed special advocates, $3 million for child advocacy centers, and nearly $1 million to help the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force. And as our nation struggles with the impacts of illegal immigration, here in New Hampshire, we have created a Northern Border Alliance, which is a deterrent on our northern border. I've heard directly from law enforcement, the North Country, our federal partners, members of our Coos County delegation, and local residents. Everyone who lives up there. And you know what they tell me? The response is resounding. This program is working. That's why we're going to continue to fund it, and we're going to continue to let them work to secure our northern border and keep New Hampshire safe. One of my critical responsibilities as governor is to provide for our most vulnerable citizens who depend on the state for their daily needs. Our first step in shaping this budget was to protect the programs that those who are most in need rely on, which is why we've secured over $1 billion in the biennium to fund services for citizens with developmental disabilities. From transportation to medical appointments to physical therapy programs to other services, we are ensuring those with disabilities in our state have the support system that they need. I'm also proud to say today that this budget will ensure there continues to be no wait lists for disability care in New Hampshire. I said in my inaugural address that those seeking treatment for mental health challenges, it's just as important if you have a mental health challenge to seek treatment as it is when you break your leg and you go to the doctor to help you with that, or you're sick. My budget will support the continued efforts to strengthen our mental health care system. We have added $10 million for the uncompensated care provided by our community mental health centers who do such important work in helping Granite Straters who are struggling with mental health issues and make sure that they get the care that they need. New Hampshire will also continue to lead the way in giving a hand up to our citizens who are seeking treatment and recovering from a substance use disorder. This budget fully funds the recovery-friendly workforce program so that we can continue to ensure that working through recovery is not a barrier toward economic opportunity in our state. There is no greater pressure weighing on the economic success of our state right now than the housing market and the challenges we're facing there. Supply is tight, demand is high, and inventory is expensive. Our economic success hinges on our ability to attract talent. And given the great story we have to tell, we're succeeding. People are coming, but they need an affordable place to live in New Hampshire. We also need to combat this affordability crisis so that our kids stay, so that our retirees stay, so that our communities keep old faces and welcome new faces. Our job growth leads the region, but today home listings are half their pre-pandemic levels and rentals are extremely tight. Not to mention higher home prices, rents, mortgage rates, all of which has gone up. And it makes it even harder. I believe that the first step we can take as a state to help our housing market is to be good models of the change that we would like to see. This starts with streamlining our permitting process to get builders answers faster so that the projects are not unnecessarily hung up in bureaucracy, which is why I'm announcing a plan to streamline the permitting process to ensure that it takes no more than 60 days and puts the burden on the state to meet this timeline or to forfeit the right to act. This is a first step in ensuring that we are a good actor as a state, and it sets a model for local communities to follow as we respond to the critical housing shortage that we face as a state. But let me be clear about something. We aren't going to meaningfully address prices or loosen our supply unless our local communities are coming to the table and recognize the role that each of those communities also played in our shared success. What we have here in New Hampshire, it's working, but we need to all work together on this housing issue to make sure that there's more supply for our state. The more we can share what we're doing in New Hampshire, the more it is good for our state and for our people. It's important for us to understand what we're doing well as a state in the context of our neighbors. And as I said earlier, our job growth leads the region. And it's our ability to attract talent to our state that is really to thank for our economic success. We cannot be shy about telling the story about what we're doing, which is why I felt it was so important to keep funding going to promote our state, encourage tourism, and spread the gospel of the New Hampshire way. And since we're on the subject of what draws others here, our natural beauty as a state is both one of our points of pride, but it's more than that. It is the bedrock of our unique quality of life here in New Hampshire. To me, it's pretty common sense to say that our North Country, our Lakes region, our beautiful open spaces throughout this state shouldn't be scarred by poorly envisioned projects that detract from our quality of life, which is why I am announcing today a landfill moratorium and a revamped regulatory process for approving these projects coming forward to ensure that our state's beauty is not compromised. And lastly, before I close, I want to mention again one of my new initiatives, the Commission on Government Efficiency, as we call it, the COGE. COGE will be COGE will be working diligently to develop new ideas on how our state can become even better. Like past governor-appointed commissions to improve government operations, we brought in outside experts, and we're bringing in new thinking and ideas. I look forward to reviewing their recommendations in the coming months as they thoughtfully consider ways that we can improve government on behalf of the people of New Hampshire and deliver for the people of this state. In conclusion, our state remains in an enviable position. To maintain our standing as the beacon of the Northeast and to adjust to the revenue environment we're facing, some recalibrations, they're in order. But we have been thoughtful and taking care to ensure that they will not be felt by those who are most vulnerable and who need us. This budget is a step forward for our future, and it will help us directly address the challenges we face in growing New Hampshire, in growing our prosperity and our freedom. This is truly a budget for all of New Hampshire. I want to thank you for listening this morning. May God bless you in your important work, and may God bless the great state of New Hampshire.
Representative Osborne and Senator Birdsall move that the joint convention arise. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the joint convention is adjourned.
Sergeant at Arms staff is going to take the chairs out right now, so let's just wait 1 minute.
The House will come to order. Recognize the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a letter from the chair of the Finance Committee, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Rule 47F. House Bill 127 and House Bill 480 are waived from the Committee on Finance.
The House will now attend to the consent calendar.
Mr. Speaker, there are no bills to be removed from the consent calendar.
Are there any other bills to remove from the consent calendar? Representative Osborne moves that the consent calendar with the relevant amendments printed in today's House record be adopted. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The consent calendar is adopted. Under rules of the House, from the Committee on Education, Policy, and Administration, House Bill 677 is referred to the Committee on Finance. The Committee on Environment and Agriculture, House Bill 240 FNL is referred to the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. From the Committee on Municipal and County Government, HB 165 FN is referred to the Committee on Finance. From the Committee on Transportation, HB 612 FN is referred to the Committee on Finance. House will now attend to the regular calendar.
All right.
Majority of the Committee on Labor, Industrial, and Rehabilitative Services, to which was referred House Bill 238FN, an act prohibiting collective bargaining agreements from requiring employees join or contribute to a labor union. Been considered the same, report the same, with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Senator Michael Granger from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution that is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Mark McKenzie from the minority of the committee. For what purpose does the member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move indefinite postponement on 238.
The motion is in order. Chair
And I wish to
recognizes
speak to that motion.
Representative Stephen Pearson to speak to his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, honorable colleagues and friends. I rise today to move indefinite postponement on House Bill 238. There's been a tremendous amount of misinformation on this issue lately. So let's look at some facts. Not sound bites from 10 years ago, but facts for today. Right to work is no longer in the Republican National Platform. It was removed by President Trump. You can look it up for yourself if you desire, GOP.com. It is gone. Trump's nominee for the Secretary of Labor, Chavez de Ramier, and I apologize to her if I butchered that, is both pro-labor and anti-right to work. There have been dozens of articles published on this fact, including ones that indicate her nomination may be rocky. If right to work was a concern, then why did President Trump nominate an anti-right to work labor secretary? Another fact, Trump invited the president of the Teamsters to speak at the RNC convention. Vice President Vance spoke at the firefighters convention in Boston. The reality is, since Janus, things have changed. You cannot make America great without American workers, period.
The House will be in order.
Right to work is pushed primarily by a group called Americans for Prosperity. They are an anti-Trump organization. He has tweeted about this multiple times, including the following: "We will make America great again, and it will happen very quickly. In order to save time, money, and effort, it would be helpful if you would not send or recommend to us people who work with or endorsed by Americans for Prosperity." That is taken directly from Trump's Twitter feed. Many of you support right to work because you feel that someone should not have to join a union to get a job. I completely and totally agree with that. But it is already current law. RSA 275.1, no person shall coerce or compel or attempt to coerce or compel any person into an agreement, either written or verbal, to join or become a member of any labor organization as a condition of securing or continuing in any employment. RSA 275.1, it was enacted in 1949. 1949. It has been law for over 75 years. So if that's your concern has been met. At this year's New Hampshire GOP convention, a resolution was passed affirming the GOP's support for American workers, union and non-union. It passed almost unanimously. No one campaigned on this issue. In fact, it is not even in the top 20 of Republican surveys. All it's doing is alienating working families. Right to work is a concept of hollow, unfulfilled promises. West Virginia passed it. The Republican governor was clear. All the promised jobs never showed up. Oklahoma passed it, and all it did was lower wages. It is a failed concept of a bygone era, pushed by an organization whose influence and relevance is rapidly disappearing. It is time for New Hampshire to look forward, solve actual problems the voters care about, and end this pointless attack on working families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a quick question, Mr. Speaker. Is this deja vu or vujade? For some of the newer members in the House, it's probably vujade because they've never heard this before. But for the rest of us, it's definitely deja vu. We've all been here with this legislation many times. For some, many, many, many times because it was first introduced to this House somewhere in the mid-'70s. And since we are not a right-to-work state, it has been voted down with bipartisan support again and again since its inception. On January 22nd, the Labor Committee, which just happens to be the best committee in the House, Mr. Speaker, we heard over 5 hours of testimony for and against right to work. We heard lots of facts in support of from groups like New England Citizens for Right to Work, Americans for Prosperity, and the Josiah Bartlett Center for Public Policy, just to name a few. One fact that we heard was right to work is supported by nearly 80% of the citizens of New Hampshire. I would agree with that. It might even be a bit higher. Everyone believes that people have the right to work. But when we asked the bill was described to people as the union-busting bill that it is, yes or no, we got the royal runaround. We were told that it was described differently in different polls, depending on who was being polled. So in other words, no. How do I know that that number might be skewed a bit? Because of the approximately 1,500 people that testified in person or online on hearing day, less than 100 were in support. Now I know it's been a while since I was a crusader at Manchester Memorial High School, graduating in the top 400 of my class, but that does not add up to 80%. It doesn't even add up to 7%. Another fact we heard was that many businesses are lining up to come to New Hampshire as soon as we become a right-to-work state. When we asked for examples of said companies, we were told that it was a secret. But just last year, Governor Sununu said that many businesses are coming to New Hampshire. New Balance just built a 100,000 square foot building in Londonderry, and a 500,000 square foot building is going up in Hudson. I'm constantly seeing stories of groundbreaking ceremonies at the Tuscan Village in Salem, where new businesses are either coming in or existing ones are growing, and we are still not a right-to-work state. One more quick fact that we heard was union members are forced to pay dues as a condition of employment. Not only is that against the law, but not one of the union members that testified in opposition of this bill said that they were being forced to pay dues. We asked. They are voluntarily paying. I've worked for many good non-union companies for many years, but none could commit to the pay and benefits that the Carpenters offers, so I chose to join. The same exact work for better wages and benefits. Now I ask, now because of the dues that I pay voluntarily, what I put in has already come back to me many times over and will continue through my retirement years unless this bill passes. Once again, I would wager my entire 2-year legislative salary that many of you have left a job for a better opportunity elsewhere. Like me, not everyone is made for college or the military, Mr. Speaker, but many are good with their hands. The carpenters in all of the building trades have apprenticeships, real New Hampshire certified apprenticeships, not just banging this nail, okay, you're a carpenter. No. The carpenters create their own workforce and great employees by investing millions of dollars, offering a 4-year program where apprentices learn many facets of construction, from foundations to finish, at no cost to them, in buildings paid for by the members, not through your property taxes or state funding. Thousands of apprentices and journeymen are trained at our training centers every year. Think about it. They earn while they learn. So instead of owing $140,000 after 4 years of college, they potentially made $140,000. and nothing says that they have to stay in the union once their training is complete. Helmets to hard hats, a group that places veterans in apprenticeships to start a new career after serving, has the carpenters and building trades on speed dial. I'd hate to see that opportunity that has helped so many be lost through the passage of this bill. I understand that some of you have had a bad experience with the union. You may be disgruntled because of that bad experience. I get it. Not every day for me is perfect in any way. But I chose to stay with it, keep it, knowing that it would, the bad would be outweighed by the good. Please remember that union members are members of our communities. They live in our towns, pay their taxes, and frequent our local businesses. Some are small business owners themselves. The union subcontractor that I work for is out of Hudson, New Hampshire. They chose to go union and have been in business for over 40 years. One of the owners is a union carpenter, as was his dad, and now so is his son. They're a family-owned, woman-owned business that has created millions of hours for their union employees over the years. And the Labor Committee, which just happens to be, well, you know, Mr. Speaker, it has said that almost every meeting that we should not get between a business owner and their employees. Let's not start now. Carpenters and other building trade volunteer their skills to many great causes. I personally participated in at least 3 Make-A-Wish projects for some very sick kids, and as many Wounded Warrior or other veteran causes, building new homes for our heroes that served. These members are yours and my constituents. Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleagues, I apologize if I seem a bit nervous or on edge up here today, but I assure you it's not because I'm up here speaking in front of all of you. It's because all of you are deciding my future and the futures of thousands of union members. If this bill does not pass, it will affect no one. I believe that to be true because I've never heard of any business going under because of right to work did not pass. If it does, the families of approximately 1 in 10 of our constituents, including me, and many union companies will be negatively affected. After busting my ass on construction sites for over 40 years, freezing in the winter, sweating in the summer, I'm looking to finally retire in about 6 months. But my pension and the pension of many others may be in jeopardy. Why? Because if this legislation goes through, people will be able to join a union without contributing. So I ask you, how long do pensions last with no money going in? Like many union families, I'm relying on my pension to last for the rest of my and Francine, my wife, life. Please join me in indefinitely postponing this mislabeled, misleading, union-busting bill once again, because you all know in your hearts that right to work is and always will be wrong for New Hampshire. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The House will be in order. Chair recognizes Representative Creighton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to indefinite postponement of HB 238. This bill is not anti-union. It is pro-worker. This bill is part of the GOP platform. HB 238 is vital to fair employment practices. Workers and employers should have the option to negotiate their own employment agreement. We owe it to our businesses to hear these arguments. I urge you to join me in opposition to the motion by pushing the red button. Thank you very much.
Representative Sweeney has requested a roll call. Does the member yield to a question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Creighton. Would you believe that after bidding on a project, I had to create a union company in order to complete our work, and that without forming a union company, my family would have suffered drastically along with all of our workers?
Yes, ma'am, I would believe that.
Representative Sweeney has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is indefinite postponement on House Bill 238. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Stephen Pearson for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know right to work has been removed by President Trump from the National Republican platform, if I know it has been illegal in New Hampshire to force someone to join a union to get a job since 1949, and if I know that we cannot make America great again if we don't support American workers, then please support our tradesfolks and our working middle class families and vote green on indefinite postponement. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Papapichi Mueller for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that bad legislation being on the books is a reason to fix it instead of accepting the status quo, if I know that the GOP state platform supports ending forced unionism, if I know that public sector unions have continued to thrive since the 2018 Janus Supreme Court decision, and so will private unions after we end forced unionism, if I know that no person who wants to be a union member will be affected in any way, but the people who don't want to join a union will benefit, making this a win-win for New Hampshire, if I know that many union members are unhappy with the performance of their union leaders but have no practical way to influence them, if I know that passing this bill will give union members more power, leading to unions to stop taking their members for granted and represent them. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, if I know that our governor and 15 out of 24 colleagues from across the world publicly stated they support giving workers the freedom to choose whether they want to join a union or not, will I press the red button so we can make history today by finally winning this decade-long fight?
The motion before us is an indefinite postponement on House Bill 238. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Khan. You can't push the button. You got to give me a thumb up or down.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 200 voting yea. 100. The House will be in order. The House will be in order, or I'll clear the chamber. Seeing I never got a chance to finish, the yeas are 200, the nays are 180. The motion passes. Representative Dennis Mannion declared a conflict and recused himself from the vote. Majority of Committee on Municipal and County Government, to which was referred House Bill 346 FN, Act relative to licensure fees for racetracks, considered the same, report the same, with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative Dennis Murphy for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Dale Gerard for the minority of the committee. Are you ready for the question? All those. The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 346 FN. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. Division has been requested. Members, take your seats.
sit. Have him sit.
Representative Marshall, please take your seat.
The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 346. This is a clarification vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Sofakidis, thumb up or down, please. Representative Bucco, thumb up or down, please. Representative Bucco, did I have the right? Representative Bucco, did I have the right vote?
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 183 voting yea, 185 voting nay. The motion fails. Representative Girard moves ought to pass.
Excuse me, ITM. Sorry.
The motion is inexpedient to legislate. So the motion before us now is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 346. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Motion carries nay. The ayes have it, 185 to 183. The majority of the Committee on Resources, Recreation, and Development, to which was referred House Bill 127 FN. It's awful noisy in here. An act extending the closing date of OHRV trails on the Connecticut River headwaters property from September 30th to Columbus Day. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative Arnold Davis from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Representative Will Darby for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, HB 127 is a classic example of legislative overreach. It usurps local control, ignores long-standing precedent, and pushes a legislative solution to a local problem that is a clear answer without additional statute. It is an overreaction to a single decision made last year. This bill allows a 10-mile tract in the vast Connecticut Lake's headwaters to remain open to off-road vehicles, commonly called ATVs or OHRVs, until Columbus Day, which seems completely reasonable until we consider the background and other options. In May of 2024, the Connecticut Lakes Headwaters Citizens Committee, a broad group of local stakeholders, adopted an updated 5-year management plan that carefully balances the many varied uses of this forest, including hunting, hiking, bike riding, ATV riding, and many others. During the public hearings on this management plan, there were no requests to extend the traditional ATV riding season, which concludes on September 30th. This is an important date to avoid dangerous accidents between speeding ATVs and hunting dogs used by grouse hunters that visit the North Country from across New Hampshire and the country. While the season is several months long, hunters focus on the first few weeks of October, and hunters I spoke to said they were excessive high-speed ATV use that they have observed. This is one of the reasons New Hampshire Fish and Game opposed this bill, in addition to the concern of reduced staff availability to patrol these trails with the opening of small game season. Not only were there no requests to extend ATV riding while developing the management plan, the head of trails for the Department of Natural and Cultural Resources testified that the trail riding period can be extended by petitioning the commissioner to April 1st, which allows for local public input as required by the conservation easement between the state and landowners of the forest. This bill likely violates that conservation easement, which puts all public access to this private forest at risk. This bill also ignores solutions this very body established to resolve conflicting interests of ATV use. Just 3 years ago, in 2022, HB 1188 established a commission to propose legislation to identify compromises between the positive and adverse effect of OHRVs. The very chair of that commission sponsored this bill rather than building consensus within the OHRV Commission against the legislative intent of HB 1188. Please join me in preserving local control, retaining the integrity of the Connecticut Lakes Headwaters Conservation Easement, promoting tourism that comes with world-class grouse hunting in the North Country, and supporting the body's intent of the OHRV Commission by voting against the OTP motion so that another motion can be made that allows us to resolve this local problem without overreaching statute. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Arnold Davis for speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, House Bill 127 is a very simple bill, but one that has great economic impact on the North Country. This bill will extend the closing date of 10 miles of OHRV trails on the Connecticut Headwaters property from September 30th to Columbus Day, which is approximately 2 weeks, to align this with the rest of the trails in the area. There are approximately 110 miles of trails on private property in Pittsburgh, just northwest of these 10 miles of connector trails, and approximately 900 miles of trails to the south. As you can imagine, when the connected trails are closed down 2 weeks earlier than the rest of the trails, it landlocks the town of Pittsburgh from its business community and the rest of the state. These 2 extra weekends represents $3 million in economic impact to the area, not to mention tax paid to the state. The town of Pittsburgh has a population of 800 residents, but a busy weekend like Columbus Day, there's no problem having 5,000 people in town. Now, Fish and Game claims they do not have the manpower or the money to patrol this 10-mile section of trail for OHRV use for the additional 2 weeks. They are paid to patrol 1,000 miles of trails around this section until Columbus Day and to actually patrol this section also just up until September 30th. Fish and Game are also already in the entire area because of bird hunting season. They claim it will not be safe for hunting and OHRV use simultaneously on these 10 miles of trails, but it is allowed on the other 1,000 miles of trails. This makes no sense. The Coos County Commissioners have set money aside in their budget to pay the Sheriff's Department to patrol this 10-mile parcel of land for the additional 2 weeks, so there will be no cost to the state and no cost to Fish and Game. The chair of the commission to study OHRV use in New Hampshire is in support of this bill. He took a straw poll stating the majority of the commission supports this bill. The landowner of the Connecticut Headwaters property does not oppose this bill. It is supported by the business community of Pittsburgh, including their select board, all 3 county commissioners, all 9 state representatives, our senator, Councilor Joe Kenny, and Governor Kelly Ayotte. Pittsburgh's local business owners tried several times to extend the closing date for the additional 2 weeks with no success. In frustration of a broken system, this bill was introduced. To be honest, this is actually not an OHRV bill. It is a bill to support the economic development of our neighbors to the north, and I urge you to please support this bill. Thank you.
A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 127. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Ryan for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that there's a process in place for this to happen that was circumvented and this bill usurps local authority, if I know there are several is questioning about bird hunting and can bird hunters coexist with their expensive dogs and the noisy vehicles, I would push the red button to eliminate this unnecessary legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Davis for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know the economy of the town of Pittsburgh is in dire need of this bill, and if I know that passing this bill will add no extra cost to the state or to Fish and Game, and if I also know this will actually bring much needed revenue to the state in the form of gas tax and room and meals tax, would I then press the green button to vote ought to pass? Thank you.
Motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 127. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Tim Mannion.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 198 voting yea, 180 voting nay. The motion is adopted. Everybody stay in your seats. The next one is going to be a division vote with no debate. Majority of the Committee on Resources, Recreation, and Development, to which was referred House Bill 174, an act increasing the minimum weight of a utility terrain vehicle to 3,500 pounds unladen dry weight. Consider the same, report the same with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Senator Arnold Davis from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: that is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Suzanne Vale for the minority of the committee. This is a division vote. All members. Chair recognizes Representative Nab for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the New Hampshire Timber Owners Association, the New Hampshire Farm Bureau, and the New Hampshire Wildlife Federation all oppose this legislation, and if I know that this bill will likely result in spillover of heavier vehicles onto private property, creating increased conflict and the potential for more private land to be close to OHRV use, and while electric OHR vehicles are heavier because of their batteries, it is not yet clear how frequently they are currently being used, would I then push the red button so another better motion can be made? And I request a division vote. Thank you. You already have. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Arnold Davis for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, House Bill 174, again, is a very simple bill. Actually, it's a housekeeping bill.
Representative, this is a parliamentary inquiry.
Oh, if I know. Okay. Sorry about that. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill will pave the way for electric OHRVs, that's the reason for the weight change. And if I know that electric OHRVs will be a very good thing for this sport by reducing noise and emissions, would I press the green button for ought to pass?
The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 174. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. Also attend the state of the vote. 188 voting yea, 190 voting nay. The motion fails. Representative Vale moves ITL. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed nay. The ayes have it. Majority of the Committee on Resources and Recreation Development, to which was referred House Bill 203, an act relative to Coast Guard approved personnel flotation devices while on New Hampshire state waters. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Representative Tanya Donnelly from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with a recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Susan Beal from the minority of the committee. Representative Granger has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is Bixby to legislate in House Bill 203. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative McGee. Representatives Ball and Toner.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state of the vote. 215 voting yea, 162 voting nay. The motion passes. Chair recognizes the clerk for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Belcher moves that all necessary House rules be so far suspended as to allow late drafting and introduction of a House resolution relative to the effect of the impeachment of Magistrate Stephanie Johnson.
Representative Belcher moves to a rule suspension and is recognized to speak to his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, everyone. I rise this morning to meet the challenge of our times head on. We find ourselves in a situation in New Hampshire where our newly minted bail system is undermined by extreme maladministration in office. On February 7th, a 25-year-old man, a violent criminal with recent and prior criminal violent convictions, allegedly stabbed a stranger more than a half dozen times in Manchester. He was arrested and charged. Police requested he be held without bail, which is in accordance with the laws passed by this body. Instead, he was released on personal recognizance only hours after this alleged incident. This represents an extreme dereliction of duty, imprudence, and is disqualifying from office. We have seen a wave of these sorts of things happening across the country, especially in our cities. Violent offenders loosed on an unsuspecting public. To be clear, it was not a wave of viral incompetence that spread from coast to coast. It was a wave of viral ideology that placed the comfort of criminals over the safety of citizens. We have seen the result from coast to coast is blood flowing in the streets. Be it incompetence or activism, either way, we cannot allow this virus to spread here in New Hampshire. To be clear, some have suggested we need to reform our bail laws. Do we need to reform our bail laws? Maybe. But no law we can craft will solve the underlying problem in this issue. Both the executive and the judiciary have discretionary authority built into their constitutional duties. The problem here is not exactly the law that exists. The problem is the way that discretion was utilized in a malicious manner. No reform we pass can solve that problem. And when we try to do more and more reforms that take away that discretion, the inevitable result is we will eventually wind up sending decent people to prison who don't really have to go. The way we solve this problem is by addressing the root cause of it. We expect good decisions, good discretion, and prudence from our judiciary. When they do not or will not exercise that, we have a duty in this body to effect a removal from office that thereby establishes a precedent and consequences for that kind of thing. The Constitution gives us this burden, nobody else. We are responsible. Lives, quite literally, hang in the balance. I would request you vote green, and I would ask for a roll call vote. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Scheer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to take the unusual approach of giving you factual information about what happened. The initial aggressor in this matter was the alleged victim. He's the one who struck first. He hit the person who is now the alleged defendant first. The defendant said, "Well, I have a knife," and the victim said, "Well, I have a knife too," and struck again. And then the defendant, Mr. Bisson, pulled out a pocket knife. And then a tussle ensued, and both were injured. When Mr. Bisson saw the magistrate, he was in the hospital. He was released. He then went to an arraignment on Monday in Manchester District Court, where the prosecution, the Manchester Police Department, had the opportunity to ask that Mr. Bisson be held without bail on preventive detention. The Manchester Police Department police prosecutor did not make that request. That says everything you need to know about the quality of the case against Mr. Bisson and the soundness of the judgment by Magistrate Johnson. The judge who was the judge at the arraignment, who is not known as being favorable to defendants, continued the personal recognizance bail, asked that Mr. Bisson go to the police department to be booked because he wasn't booked when he first saw the magistrate because he was in the hospital. He appeared there and was booked. And that's the case. This is not the horror that people that we know have made it to be. This is a simple fight between two people instigated by the alleged victim, and now the defendant has an excellent self-defense case, as both the magistrate reflected and the district court judge. So I ask you to vote, press the red button and vote no.
Chair recognizes Representative Berry.
Thank you. I will be brief. With all due deference to the representative from Westmoreland, the representative was not there. A man was released on cashless bail for stabbing someone 9 times in the middle of Manchester on Elm Street. Thank you.
Representative Belcher asked for a roll call vote. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is suspension of the rules. This is going to be a roll call vote. Takes 2/3 to pass. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 199 voting nay, 176 voting nay. The motion fails, lack of 2/3. Representative Eric Johnson recused himself from this vote. Okay, we're going to break for lunch now. And the clerk has one announcement. One lunchtime announcement. Representative Splain has an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For those members of the Fish and Game Committee, we will be moving to LOB 307, our room, right now for the beginning of lunch. We will be moving into executive session on HB 545, HB 589, and HB 202, the last 3 bills we have to deal with.
House is in recess till 1 o'clock. The majority of the Committee on Resources, Recreation, and Development, to which was referred House Bill 332, an act allowing for the establishment of a village district to protect and remediate surface waters. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Representative Pierre Dupont for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, to report with a recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative Gregory Sargent for the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Rung.
I won't make that mistake.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I don't want to be the post-lunch buzzkill, but I want to say that one of the biggest threats facing are the economic value, the health, and the water quality in New Hampshire are cyanobacteria blooms. And the incidence of them is increasing every year. Last summer, there were 66 warnings affecting 43 water bodies, resulting in a loss of recreational days or days under warning of 799 days. And although the prevalence of blooms affecting Lake Winnipesaukee garnered the most public attention, most toxic blooms impact smaller bodies of water, like Emerson Pond in Rindge and Arlington Mill Pond in Salem. This summer, New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services predicts this will be the worst summer as far as number and duration of toxic blooms. And it's impossible for the state to implement mitigation projects for every water body impacted. But we can enable communities to take on these projects on their own. In fact, since 1849, New Hampshire has allowed municipalities to form village districts to address very specific issues. These could range from fire response, sidewalk installation, sewer maintenance, and supplying municipal water. There are presently 100 village districts operating in the state of New Hampshire, set up for a specific purpose. There are 14 of these purposes in statute, and House Bill 332 asks to add one more, add a 15th reason to form a village district, and that is to protect and remediate surface waters. Let's face it, the state, and specifically DES, does not have the resources to mitigate all toxic blooms occurring throughout the state. But that should not stop local communities from doing it on their own. By forming a village district to protect and remediate their lakes, especially those lakes and ponds residing in more than one municipality, local communities can move ahead with mitigation projects without waiting for the state to spend state tax dollars and money that may not come. Those opposed to this bill claim that it adds another layer of government. Not true. Village districts, while having to comply with local and state laws, act independently of state and local government. They must be formed with a majority vote of each and every town that seeks to be part of a village district. If those towns vote to form the district commissioners, the budget, any ordinances, etc., must be approved by the voters within that district, and their decisions are limited to only what protects and remediates water. As far as the concern about taxation imposed by a village district, I would much rather have a voter in a village district approve and pay for its own water projects than for a tax to be imposed on the rest of us or by using state revenue. HB 332 is the essence of true local control. It enables communities to decide if and how to solve their own problem without having to wait on the state for help which may never come. So I ask you to please vote red vote away this ITL motion so that another motion can be made that gives local control to those people closest to the problem and more able to solve it. Thank you very much.
Chair recognizes Representative Harb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Government efficiency, we heard that mentioned this morning during the governor's speech. HB 332, which allows for the establishment of a village district to protect and remediate surface water, adds another layer of government where the state already has the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Resources to care for our water quality and enforcement. The committee, it was suggested that there are other better methods of obtaining cooperation between towns, such as zoning amendments. We do not need to create another layer of government which could possibly increase taxes for those owning waterfront property. Testimony was received by a resident of the town of Newbury, located on Lake Sunapee watershed. They stated that the smart, protective policies implemented by local town government, was the preferred method of creating meaningful protective actions. A similar bill, HB 1250, did not pass this House last year. Please support the majority vote of ITL on this bill. Thank you.
Mr. Rung has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is a majority committee report of ITL on House Bill 332. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Sargent for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I know that toxic cyanobacteria blooms, PFAS contamination, and wastewater runoff pose increasing threats to New Hampshire's lakes and rivers, and if I know that this bill simply provides local voters with the option to create a village district to protect shared surface waters, and if I know that New Hampshire's lakes, rivers, and watersheds are powerful economic engines driving tourism, property values, and local businesses, would I now vote no and push the red button so another motion can be made?
Chair recognizes Representative Hyde for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know the state already has the Department of Environmental Services that can care for water quality and enforcement, if I know that policies can be implemented by local town government, and if I know that creating another layer of government may increase taxes and cause loss of rights of property owners on the water, would I not push the green button to support the majority vote of ITL on this bill? Thank you.
Motion before us is a majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 332. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, also attend the state of the vote. 196 voting yea, 171 voting nay. The motion is Majority of the Committee on Resources, Recreation, and Development, to which was referred House Bill 334 FN, Act relative to the Comprehensive State Development Plan. Considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Representative Ron Dunn for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative Will Darby from the minority of the committee. Representative Granger has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 334. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Tenzin.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. Also attend the state of the vote. 199 voting yea, 171 voting nay. Motion is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Resources, Recreation, and Development, to which was referred House Bill 422 FN, an act increasing penalties for violations of the Shoreland and Water Quality Protection Act. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Senator Tanya Donnelly for majority of the committee. Minority of the committee. Been considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator Gregory Sargent for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Rung.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know it's only been a few minutes since I got to speak to you about the dangers of cyanobacteria blooms, but I don't want you to miss another opportunity to help our state address this growing problem. First, a bit of history. Back in 1991, the Shoreline Water Quality Protection Act was passed into law. The first sentence of its purpose reads, "The General Court finds that the shorelands of this state are among the most valuable and fragile natural resources, and their protection is essential to maintain the integrity of public waters." The Act goes on to describe many behaviors and actions that violate our public waters, and it states that, quote, "Upon petition of the Attorney General or of the municipality in which the violation occurred, the Superior Court may levy upon a person violating this chapter a civil penalty in the amount not to exceed $5,000 for each continuing violation." End quote. It goes on to say the commissioner, after notice and hearing pursuant to RSA 541:A, may impose an administrative fine of up to $5,000 for each offense. All HB 422 does is to adjust the maximum fine to $15,000. which in today's dollars is far closer to what $5,000 was worth in 1991. It doesn't compel the court or DES to fine at that level, but it gives them latitude to get there when the offense is especially damaging to our environment. You'll hear the argument that DES hasn't issued a fine in over 12 years. Well, those of you that were here last term may remember that we fixed language in that statute which prevented enforcement from occurring. That fix, plus updating the maximum level of fines that's in this bill, will serve as a strong deterrent for those who think they can violate our waters without consequence. As I've said before, toxic cyanobacteria blooms pose a grave danger to our lake economy, our health, and the quality of our environment. HB 422 provides a meaningful deterrent to lessen the threat of toxic cyanobacteria blooms and other outcomes arising from shoreline damage. Please vote red to vote down the ITL motion so that another motion can be made. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to talk about many of the things that Representative Rung just actually spoke about. I agree with most everything that she shared. One of the most disturbing things that I found during committee was how unjustified the increase was, basically because there was no fines for the last decade. So raising fines from 5,000 to 15 was an assumption rather than based on data-driven analysis of past fines. And HDES did share the last fine they issued was in 2013. The proposed fine increase appears disproportionate, and considering the number of fines DES has enacted over the past decade, I would encourage us to let's see how this works out. We just passed legislation that actually started in January 1. That the language modification empowers DES to pursue violators who fail to make good faith efforts to damage public waterways within violation. I'm a big believer in let's do education over legislation for making change. And this bill makes an assumption that the increase will promote compliance versus actually fine violators to curb their violations to secure the shoreline and water quality protection. And as she mentioned, yes, there is a contained provision that multiplies the penalty by a factor of 2 for every violation that has not been conformed to. So I do encourage people to support the ITL, and let's let our legislation from last year actually move forward, and let's see how this actually works, and we actually pursue violators instead of just threatening them.
Representative Rung has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report been expedient to legislate on House Bill 422. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Bixby for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that DES usually encourages compliance with the Shoreline Water Quality Protection Act through carrots, but sometimes it needs the threat of a stick to enforce compliance, and if I know that the effective size of that stick, the maximum fine level, has been reduced by 34 years of inflation, And if I know that returning that stick to its original proportional size requires increasing the maximum fine from $5,000 to $15,000, would I push the red button so another motion can come forward? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Donnelly for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know the Department of Environmental Services has not been consistently finding violators for the last decade, it raises the question about effectiveness of the empty threats and versus enforcement and updating penalties. If I know without solid data to support the assumption behind the bill, I challenge whether the proposed increased fines would generally actually improve the compliance without enforcement. And if I know, starting January 1 this year, the changes to the RSA updating the Shoreline Quality Protection Act RSA, which now allows DES to submit fines within the year, will generate the buzz amongst the lakefront owners, and DES will be able to enforce these penalties to tackle blatant violators. Would I press the green button for the idea?
The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient legislation on House Bill 422. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present have an opportunity to vote, the House will tend to stay to the vote. 196 voting yea, 175 voting nay. The motion. Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred Senate Bill 4, an act relative to commercial property assessed clean energy resiliency. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative Michael votes for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Michael Harrington from the minority of the committee. The motion before us is the motion to ought to pass on Senate Bill 4. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. Committee on State and Federal Relations and Veterans Affairs, to which is referred House Bill 55, an act repealing the Selective Service Compliance Act. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Michael Moffett for the committee. The amendment is 0174H, printed in House Record 11, page 29. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. The Committee on State and Federal Relations and Veterans Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 64, an act relative to extending hiring preferences for military members and their spouses to the state and private businesses, establishing purchase preferences for disabled veterans, military spouses regarding state supply purchases. Considered the same, report the same with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Senator Michael Moffett for the committee. The question is the ought to pass motion on House Bill 64. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on State and Federal Relations and Veterans Affairs, to which was referred HCR 8, an act urging Congress to find that the Piscataqua River and Portsmouth Harbor lie within the state of New Hampshire. Considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator Tom Mannion from the majority of the committee. minority of the committee. Having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, we report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Christine Siebert for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Siebert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to you today to urge you to vote against urging Congress to find the Piscataqua River and Portsmouth Harbor lies within the state of New Hampshire. We believe this is an interstate issue that our governor is definitely fully capable of addressing. We believe it is important, due to the vitalness of the waterways at hand, that we keep an open dialogue and are able to work together on these particular issues and find solutions. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Barton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this resolution, which reaffirms a simple and crucial truth that the Piscataqua River and Portsmouth Naval Shipyard belong within the legal, historical boundaries and borders of the great state of New Hampshire. For centuries, Portsmouth Naval Shipyard has been the cornerstone of our state's economy. It's been a beacon of innovation and a testament to our deep maritime heritage. It was established in 1800. The shipyard has served our nation with distinction, building and maintaining vessels that protect all of our freedoms. It has provided generations of hardworking Granite Staters with this steady employment and has strengthened our seacoast communities. Yet despite these facts, there have been a dispute over jurisdiction, particularly regarding the Piscataqua River and the land which on the shipyard sits, CV Island. I want to be perfectly clear. History, geography, and the law are on New Hampshire's side on this, and it's well documented by Senator Bob Smith's report from, I believe, 1998. All of the documentation as to where New Hampshire's border lies with the colony of Massachusetts is across the street with the Attorney General's office. Because in 2005, a very similar resolution was passed with overwhelming bipartisan support. This resolution mirrors that. There's no reason why a single member of this House should really be against this resolution. It affirms what was stated in that 2005 resolution. The only difference is it asks for the executive branch of the federal government to issue an executive order that would designate the duty stations and the billets of Portsmouth Naval Shipyard as justly in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. And it would relieve our citizens of improper and unnecessary taxes to the state of Maine. It further asks the federal delegation, which consists of Senator Shaheen, who is very supportive of this resolution in 2005 as governor, to enact legislation that would properly define what we have always maintained to be true in our state. And it's just as we own the Connecticut River to the high water mark on the Vermont shore, so do we own the Piscataqua River to the high water mark of the former Massachusetts colony. Let's stand united in support of this resolution. Let us send a clear message that New Hampshire's history, economy, sovereignty deserve unwavering recognition. And let us continue to honor the legacy of those who have worked in those waters, that have worked at the shipyard, that defend our nation, and continue to contribute to the greatness of our state. Please vote green on HCR 8. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of order pass on HCR 8. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is a majority committee report of order pass on HCR 8. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Seaborg for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that changing the border and extending court costs to revisit this decision does not easily fit within the current budget, and if I know that this kind of border change would open New Hampshire to potential unknown costs for roads, bridges, and traffic control. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that this has already been reviewed by the Supreme Court and the current border solution was agreed upon by both states involved, then would I press the red button to overturn the OTP so another motion can be made? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Tom Mannion for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that New Hampshire has always had jurisdiction and control over the whole of the Piscataqua River, and if I know the Legislative Boundary Commission of October 29, 2004 final report stated that the river is not patrolled and laws are not enforced in a manner that ensures that the people of New Hampshire utmost security and protection. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that thousands of Granite Staters in the Seacoast region are negatively affected by the incorrectly defined boundary today, then would I press the green button to adopt the majority committee report of OTP on HCR 8?
The motion before us is a majority committee report of order pass on HCR 8. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state of the vote. 250 voting yea, 123 voting nay. The motion is adopted. Majority of the Committee on State and Federal Relations and Veterans Affairs, to which was referred HCR 9, act urging the United States awful noisy. An act urging the United States to reject compliance with the European Union's Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative Mike Belcher for the majority of the committee. Minority, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Representative William Foss from the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Foss.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If my colleagues have read the majority report or the text of the resolution itself or watched our committee discuss HCR 9, they've probably heard a lot of talk about the contents of the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, the CSDDD. So they may have heard that the regulations might be overreach by the European Union. But I am here to say the text of the resolution doesn't matter. Not the human rights protections, not the supposed DEI requirements, which I suspect must be a misunderstanding since the CSDDD explicitly advocates for merit-based hiring and promotions in Annex 1, and not the environmental regulations. But whether you ran on a platform of drill baby drill or your campaign literature was just a printout of the lyrics to Big Yellow Taxi, we should all be against this resolution. There's context that has largely been missing from this debate, and it's that these regulations are an inherent aspect of international trade. The CFR, the Code of Federal Regulations, has an entire section on standards for importing meat into the United States. There are offices in the executive branch that exist just to help companies navigate foreign trade regulations and intercede if companies find said regulations too burdensome. This isn't EU overreach, it's a global economy. What would be overreach would be congressional interference. HCR 9 urges Congress to reject compliance with the CSDDD. But they can't do that. They aren't a party to it. It's a relationship between private businesses and the EU. And businesses want to trade with the EU. It is some of the wealthiest consumers in the world, and it's much easier and cheaper for them to just standardize their entire process than adjust for different international standards depending on where the products are going. But to quote LeVar Burton, you don't have to take my word for it. An attorney for one of those entities reached out to me personally, unprovoked, with a letter from corporations including Unilever, Nestle, and Mars in support of the CSDDD. But say Congress did decide to intervene. What could they do? Tariffs? The EU announced Tuesday that they're willing to impose retaliatory tariffs against us. An embargo? With the $235.6 billion trade deficit, we need the EU more than they need us. The only parties who would benefit from congressional interference would be countries like China, who would suddenly have less competition in the European market. And as for how this would impact the people of New Hampshire that we represent, I'd like to address the representatives from Stratham, Epping, Exeter, Manchester, Londonderry, Jaffrey, Portsmouth, Hillsborough, Hudson, Rochester, Salem, Hanover, Merrimack, Belmont, Hooksett, Lebanon, and any town with a Hannaford. All of those towns are home to locations of companies that are either headquartered in the EU or depend on business with the EU. I don't think any of us want to tell our constituents that the reason they lost their jobs is because this body decided to start a trade war. But the biggest reason to reject HCR 9 is this. The European Commission is meeting this month or the next and is expected to loosen the standards in the CSDDD. HCR 9 would antagonize one of our largest trading partners over regulations that might not even exist in a month. HCR 9 is untimely, reckless, and does not serve the citizens of New Hampshire. I urge this body to overturn the OTP and find this bill an expedient to legislate. Thank you, and I call for a division vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Bernardi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this resolution to reject the EU CSSD, which I agree is untimely and reckless. It was passed last summer. All the European countries have a requirement to put this directive into their own national laws, and compliance starts in 2027. It incorporates 89 European standards and international agreements, some of which we probably agree on. No child labor, no slave labor, compliance with the Geneva Convention. These are all good things. But it incorporates multiple ESG standards in this directive. E, compliance with the Paris Climate Accord. Every covered business must meet net zero by 2050. S, this is compliance with all the Europeans' DEI requirements, the Europeans' wage and work standards, the European health standards, including the World Health Organization regulations. Governance. It bans free speech on any communication that's considered contrary to the Europeans' adopted climate change policy. All the covered parties to which this apply start with large businesses that have over $500,000 worth of sales in the EU. But worse, it applies to all their contractors, suppliers, and partners, upstream and downstream. So, Nestle was mentioned. Nestle buys a lot of its sugar from sugar beet manufacturers in North Dakota. They're going to have to comply with all those standards. In New Hampshire, we have electronic component manufacturers that are selling to Ford, Mercedes, whoever. And again, all those smaller suppliers are swept in because they are buying or selling or working with a larger manufacturer. So these covered companies must meet all these 89 standards, and again, including their suppliers. And if they cannot, if those smaller companies they work with can't meet them, then the larger companies are required to pay for their compliance. If you do not meet these standards, you're subject to a 5% annual fee of your net revenue in the EU, or you have to stop selling in the EU. So this resolution basically asks the federal government, and I'm assuming this is going to be the executive branch, to tell the EU that we do not support compliance with their directive mandates on American businesses. We suspect, or I suspect, this may trigger the T word, tariffs. It's worked very well so far, and I suspect it will work this time as well. The Trump administration has already said no to most of these ESG requirements for government purposes. This resolution asks the executive department to say no for American businesses. Press green, please.
Representative Sweeney has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of order pass on HCR 9. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Foss for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that almost all of the standards in the CSDDD have been agreed upon by the United States, if I know that there are no DEI provisions in here, there are explicitly anti-DEI provisions in here, if I know that businesses want this and are asking the European Commission not to water down the regulations, if I know that suppliers and small and medium enterprises that feed into these large corporations are not required to comply with them and cannot be fined, explicitly it is in the law, and if I know that tariffs would harm American consumers because the European Union has plenty of other potential trading partners, if I know that complicating relations...
The member will suspend. This is a parliamentary inquiry, not a speech.
Thank you. If I know all of that, would I press the red button?
Chair recognizes Representative Bernardi for a parliamentary inquiry.
If I know Americans do not want to be forced to comply with European governance standards, would I push the green button?
The motion before us, Majority Committee report of order pass on HCR 9. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. While members present have an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 204 voting yea, 163 voting nay. The motion is adopted. Committee on State and Federal Relations and Veterans Affairs, to which was referred H.R. 11. An act urging the United States government to investigate allegations of abuses of minorities, especially Hindus, Buddhists, Christians, and other religious minorities by the interim government of Bangladesh. When considered the same, report the same with a recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative Christine Siebert for the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Khan.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, my colleagues. My name is Abul Khan. I represent Seabrook, and here I am before you to talk about my native country, Bangladesh. I was immigrated to the United States 45 years ago. I have many friends and relatives living in Bangladesh, and I was a frequent visitor of my birth country. But last August 5th, 2024, everything changed in that beautiful country. A fundamentalist student uprising took over the country's power and installed a pro-fundamentalist, anti-West, anti-India, and anti-everything government led by Muhammad Yunus. Last 6 months, the country has been in a political turmoil. Lots of attacks are reported targeting homes and businesses of the opposition party, properties, and places of worship and religious minorities, mainly Hindus, Buddhists, Christians, and indigenous people. 5 days ago, they bulldozed the Bangladesh Father of the Nation's home, which used to be a museum. They are in a rampage all over the country, and I'm getting frequent calls to let the policymakers in the United States to let them know that what is happening in the small country in Southeast Asia. On November 5th, a well-known Hindu and ISKCON religious monk named Chinmoy Krishna Das was arrested under false accusation and detained without any bail proceedings or until this day. His fault was that they alleged that he was disrespected the flag of the country. Even it's not considered a big crime in all over the world. Out of 150 parliament members of Bangladesh, nearly 135 members' houses were either burned, destroyed, or vandalized by this government, a supported fundamentalist or so-called student mob. Mr. Speaker, honorable member, for many years, Bangladesh Army was deployed by United Nations for peacekeeping purpose all over the world. Now the question is, if they cannot keep peace in their own country, how they can fulfill their job as a peacekeeper and supported by our tax dollar. Mr. Speaker, there's a huge issue in this part of the world. There are educational institutions called madrasas. These student thugs are educated in those madrasas by the jihadists who promote fundamentalism and spreading hatred and lawlessness in the country and many other parts of the world. Mr. Speaker, currently there is no law and order and no democracy in Bangladesh. No freedom of press. The government is arresting journalists who does fair, sincere, and independent reporting about the current event. Those fundamentalists are dictating the courts and law enforcement agencies in their own way. I would also like to mention that since last August uprising, those fundamentalists killed about more than 1,000 police officers. In conclusion, I'm urging all my colleagues, please vote yes on H.R. 11 so we can send this resolution to United States government to look into this and investigate this continued massacre happening right now as I speak. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and God bless America, and God bless state of New Hampshire.
The motion before us is the ought to pass motion on H.R. 11. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is ought to pass on H.R. 11. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Budataki for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I rise in strong support of H.R. 11 because silence in the face of oppression is complicity. If I know that what's going on in Bangladesh at this time is human rights violations and abuse, and if I know that we need to stop what's going on there, I would urge you to vote yes on this resolution. Thank you.
The motion before us is ought to pass on H.R. 11. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to stay the vote. 328 voting yea, 41 voting nay. The motion is adopted. For what reason does a member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I would like to place the debate in the permanent journal.
Without objection.
Thank you.
Majority Committee on Environment and Agriculture, to which is referred House Bill 201 FN, an act prohibiting the removal of claws from cats, having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Judy Aaron from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with a recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Nicholas Germana from the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Germana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like my eloquent friend from Amherst this morning, I feel a sense of deja vu giving this speech. This is one of the first speeches I gave in this body about 2 years ago, and we passed that bill with a solid bipartisan support. I hope we can do the same today. Some of my friends who are opposed to this bill talk about it as if it were an intervention into a sacred doctor-patient relationship. Let's be clear about something. This is not a doctor-patient relationship. This is a relationship between a veterinarian and the patient. In this case is a cat. And if we gave cats a choice, I'm pretty sure that they would, in fact, support this legislation. What this bill does is it leaves open the possibility for medical discretion. It does. A veterinarian can say that there are legitimate medical reasons why this procedure has to be done, and that is entirely permissible within the bill. So it is not an intrusion in that relationship. It is not taking away the ability of veterinarians to make the best medical decisions for the patient, which is the cat. I would also point out that the Centers for Disease Control for some time now has not advocated the declawing of cats for people who have certain autoimmune disorders or certain disorders related to blood clotting. In fact, removing a cat's claws make it more likely to bite, which is a far greater danger to the health of the owner than cat scratches are. Our committee heard a lot of testimony from members of the public as well as veterinary professionals that this continues to be, despite talk about how things supposedly have evolved over the past 30 or 40 years, it continues to be simply an inhumane procedure, and it should not be permitted in the state of New Hampshire. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Judy Aaron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Welcome back, dear House colleagues, to our what seems to be biennium catfight. I rise today to ask that you vote yes to ITL this bill, HB 201, which would ban the declawing of cats in New Hampshire and codify criminal penalties for veterinarians who perform this procedure. In reality, this bill is a solution in search of a problem. The majority in this committee voted to ITL this bill because there is no real need to ban this procedure or codify harsh penalties to veterinarians. We do not have any statistics that demonstrate that New Hampshire has a problem with our veterinarians performing cat declawing procedures for non-medical reasons. Additionally, the criminal penalty in this bill is really unenforceable. Who could prove that a veterinarian did a declaw without a valid medical reason? New Hampshire veterinarians should not have to worry about being accused of performing this or any other procedure. We heard testimony from New Hampshire veterinarians that the overwhelming majority of New Hampshire veterinarians already discourage or do not offer cat declawing procedures and instead work with cat owners to use behavior modification and other techniques to prevent the cat from scratching family members or destroying property. When those techniques fail and the veterinarian determines that declawing is the only remaining solution aside from rehoming or euthanasia, then that should remain a choice between the cat owner and the veterinarian. If an owner has tried all methods available to cease chronic scratching, and if declawing was made illegal, their options would be to abandon the cat, rehome it to an unsuspecting home, or surrender it to a shelter. Or they might even take their cat to a state where declawing is not banned. We heard in testimony that cat declaw procedures are only done by New Hampshire veterinarians when medically necessary for the cat, or for instances when cat owners have medical conditions that could be life-threatening, or if they're scratched by their cats and if they're on blood thinners. It does happen. It's an absolute last resort to a chronic cat scratching behavior. We also heard that modern techniques, such as laser surgery, yield better and much safer results than techniques used in the past, and that declawed cats can and do live long, healthy, and happy lives. It's well known that certain animal activist organizations are flooding the state legislatures across this country with these types of bills, and once they get one procedure banned, they continue to come back and try and ban others. And they use these campaigns specifically to fundraise. Lastly, and most importantly, the majority of our committee felt very strongly, and I'm going to say this again, the majority felt very strongly that we, as a legislature, should not go down the road of removing autonomy from New Hampshire veterinarians and dictating to them what procedures they can and cannot offer. Our licensed veterinarians have the knowledge, the experience, and the wisdom to work with their clients to determine what procedures are the right ones for their pets, and the legislature should not interfere with that relationship. For all of these reasons and more, the majority in the committee voted to ITL this bill, and I ask you to please join us and press the green button and vote this bill inexpedient to legislate so that cat owners and their veterinarians can together continue to be able to make legitimate, appropriate, and informed choices in New Hampshire. I thank you very much for all of your attention, and Mr. Speaker, I ask for a division vote.
A division vote has been requested. Members, take your seats. This will be a division vote. Criminal justice. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 201. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Haskins for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the practice of declawing cats is inhumane, which is why Fish and Game, the CDC, and other reputable organizations believe it should not be allowed. And if I know that despite its being perhaps rare in New Hampshire, there is evidence that it's still being done. And if I know that the vet-client relationship will not be harmed in the least by this bill's passage. And finally, if I know, Mr. Speaker, that this bill does more than scratch the surface, but rather allows our feline friends to scratch at will, would I now vote red so that a better motion can be made? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Comtois for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that for the past 6 to 8 years, or 3 to 4 terms, we have heard this bill, and each and every time the same question is asked: how many cats are being declawed? And the answer is always the same: we don't know. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that the majority of New Hampshire state veterinarians do not declaw cats, and those that do, that many of our state reps in our committee have contacted, the answer was, I've declawed 1 cat in 5 years or 2 cats in 40 years? And Mr. Speaker, if I know that one of the organizations pushing this bill has threatened a committee member, would I now press the green button?
House will be in order. The motion before us is Majority Committee Report of Inexpedient to Legislate on House Bill 201. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 191 voting yea, 177 voting nay. The motion is adopted. Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 369 FN, Act relative to misdemeanor sexual assault prosecutions. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation of bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Caitlin Kutab for the committee. The amendment is 0167H, printed in House Record 11, page 32. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The amendment is adopted. The motion is adopted. And it is on its way to criminal justice. Chair recognizes a member from Auburn for a third reading motion.
Thank you. Resolved that the House now adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that the reading of bills be by title only and resolutions by caption only, and that all bills ordered to third reading be read a third time by this resolution, and that all titles of bills be the same as adopted, and that they be passed at the present time. And when the House adjourns today, it be to meet Thursday, February 20th at 10 a.m.
Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The House will attend to announcements. Chair recognizes Alessandra Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the Progressive Caucus, or if anyone is interested in learning more about the Progressive Caucus, we are meeting now post-session over at the LOB in rooms 202, 204. If you have any questions, come see me. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Stay Work Play New Hampshire is holding a legislative reception at 4:30 this afternoon from 4:30 to 6:30 at Hotel Concord. That's on 11 South Main Street here in Concord. The reception will take place in the New Hampshire room. So bringing together legislators, young Granite Staters, and those who employ them, this casual networking event will give you the opportunity to meet younger constituents and learn more about the issues affecting whether they might stay in or leave New Hampshire. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Moffett Magliori.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have a big announcement to share with the body today.
Yes, very big, huge, bigly. A beautiful announcement, a very beautiful announcement.
The Legislative Golf Classic will be back June 23rd at wonderful Loudon Country Club.
And I would say we're going to make this Legislative Golf Classic great again, but it's already great, as those of you who've been there know.
Yes, indeed. At our last classic in 2023, we raised over $20,000, thanks to many of you, to help Liberty House in Manchester, which helps homeless and transitioning veterans.
The course should be in great shape by June 23rd, and we're hoping for skies that are bluer than California and greens that are greener than Greenland. There'll be a shotgun start at 8:30 a.m. on June 23rd. Shotgun start.
Shotgun.
No worries. Whoever fires a shotgun will be a verified NRA member.
All right. So, does Loudon still have gas-powered golf carts, or are they EV now?
Again, Representative, I have some bad news and some good news. The bad news is that Loudon still has gas-powered carts. The good news is that you can again buy carbon credits for $50 from Honest Mike Moffat's Carbon Credit Store. And I will plant a tree for every credit. There you go.
All right, that is great news, I guess. Also great news is that the Legislative Golf Classic is inclusive. Young and old, red and blue, purple and orange. We even have a bunch of lobbyists who had a lot of fun last time, so all are welcome.
All are welcome, but to include senators?
Well, let's see how it goes with the Committee of Conferences and how much they foist upon us this year.
Speaking of red and blue, Loudon has red tees and blue tees. How about if the Republicans tee off from the red tees and the Democrats from the blue tees? Just to make it interesting.
Yeah, well, aren't the red tees a lot closer to the green?
What's your point?
Well, how about if we all play from the white tees in the interest of equity and fundamental fairness?
I could support that, I suppose, assuming the majority leader approves.
I see no reaction, by the way. So mark your calendars, June 23rd, Loudon Country Club. There will also be fun contests, raffle prizes, putting competitions, longest drive, nearest to the pin, and if you get a hole in one, you win a Prius.
A Prius? How about a pickup truck?
I'm looking behind us for guidance on that. None. Well, if you're not a golfer, you're still welcome to come back to the social and socialize and have lunch and buy raffle tickets and get into the putting contest.
Yeah, so we're finishing up here, so that'll be awesome. Big, beautiful prizes. Come to the social, participate in the putting contest, buy raffle tickets, and that's about it, Representative.
So if you want to play or help out, just let myself, Representative Moffat know. We can take up to 36 teams. And if we haven't sold out in advance, we'll offer even same-day registration.
Well, same-day registration?
Same-day registration.
I only hope we don't have busloads of Massachusetts golfers coming up here. Thank you, Representative.
I'm sure it'll be just fine. So mark your calendars again, June 23rd for the Legislative Golf Classic at Loudon Country Club. And yes, indeed, for those who might be interested, there is a 19th hole. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A couple of announcements. One, please be aware that legislative license plates have been delayed. Some have come in, most have not. Please watch your email from the House Communications email to notify you when your plates are available for pickup here at the State House. Not at the DMV, but here. Also, please clean out your seat pockets after session. Take your trash with you if you have it. And please clean out your mailboxes and do not leave food or beverage in them. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Selig and Bixby for unanimous consent.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker and colleagues, today we rise collectively, and anyone else is welcome to join us, for memorial remarks for the Honorable Emma Rouse, who served this body from 2002 to 2010. 6 of those years as the chair of the Education Committee. Prior to the legislature, Emma also taught English at Oyster River High School for 20 years. On February 1st, Emma passed away after a 1.5-year battle with cancer. But more than her dedication to service in the schools and in this body, Emma was involved in many areas of the community, including her synagogue, various farming groups, environmental causes, and so much more. She was also one of the very first people that I met when I came to New Hampshire. She soon became a dear friend and a member of our family. Emma approached the world with curiosity, deliberativeness, and kindness. And especially as tomorrow's Valentine's Day, I invite you to hold those values dear. She was truly a treasure, and she made a mean apple pie. I'd like you to all please join me in a moment of silence for the late Honorable Emma Rouse. Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion.
State your motion.
Could we have the remarks printed in the permanent journal?
Without objection.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Lescelles.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and honorable colleagues, for allowing me to speak with you today. Today is February 13th. My math is correct. Yesterday was the 12th. Tomorrow's the 14th. I'm taking this time to honor two wonderful patriotic Americans whose birthdays were on the 12th and the 14th of February. These two Americans, one of which I know you all know well, and the other maybe not so well, had a profound impact on this country. The first is the gentleman here over my right shoulder, Abraham Lincoln. I know you all know Abraham Lincoln. He came from a very humble background. His family were farmers. He was born in Kentucky, moved to Indiana, and ended up in Illinois, very close to where I grew up, in Illinois. He hated farming. He wasn't cut out for it. So as soon as he was able to leave the farm at 18, he got out of there. He moved to a little community called New Salem. And in his formative years, he was a storekeeper. He was a soldier in the Black Hawk War. He was a postmaster, and he was a surveyor. Just as a personal note, he surveyed the town where my farm was, where I was born. He ended up becoming a politician. He was elected to the Illinois House of Representatives for 4 terms, and then to the U.S. Congress for 1 term, the only Whig from the state of Illinois. At the end of 1 term, he got out of there. In the meantime, he had studied law. He never attended any formal education. He didn't go to law school, but he passed the bar and became an outstanding, very successful attorney in the state of Illinois. If you know the Illinois Central Railroad. He was their attorney. So he made a lot of money in the 1850s. In the election for senator in 1858, he ran against Stephen A. Douglas, and they had a series of debates. The Lincoln-Douglas debates, very famous. He made a great name for himself, but he lost that election. In 1860, he ran for president as a Republican, and although he got only 40% of the popular vote, he was elected. But as we all know, in 1860, the United States was in utter turmoil. We were divided drastically by the whole issue of slavery. By the time he was inaugurated, half the states had seceded from the Union. So he came into a terrible, terrible situation. The other person that I want to honor that you might not know so much about was Frederick Douglass. Frederick Douglass was born a slave. He never knew who his father was. His mother was sold off when he was very young. So he grew up in a terrible situation. But he had a deep-seated thirst for freedom. When he was a teenager, he tried to escape. One time, they caught him and brought him back, beat him. He tried to escape again. They caught him and brought him back and beat him again. The third time, he escaped. He made his way north and became a celebrated speaker and printer. He became acquainted with William Lloyd Garrison, who was the publisher of the leading abolitionist newspaper in the North. And from the time he went north, he became celebrated, not just in the North, but all over the world. He was a voice of freedom and abolition. He never knew what his birth date was, but he chose February 14th because the few times he saw his mother, she called him her little Valentine. So he chose February 14th as his birthday. So when Lincoln was elected, and the South had seceded, the country was going down a terrible path. The issue of slavery came up in front of Lincoln, and Lincoln was sort of an agnostic. He hated slavery, but he knew that he couldn't possibly eradicate slavery. He said very famously, he said, if I could save the Union by freeing the slaves, all the slaves, I would do it. But he said also, if I could save the Union by not freeing a single slave, I would do that also. So after Lincoln was inaugurated, Frederick Douglass went to Washington and broke in through a line of office seekers and elbowed his way to Lincoln and bent his ear. And Lincoln was so taken by Frederick Douglass that for the rest of their lives, they became terrific admirers of each other. And Lincoln knew that he could not eradicate slavery, but he worked with Douglas, and Douglas worked with him. And together, on January 1st, 1863, Lincoln issued his Emancipation Proclamation. Now, for that, we remember Lincoln as he's the guy that freed the slaves. But that's not really true, because the Emancipation only applied to the Confederacy. It didn't apply to the states that had slaves that were loyal to the Union. So as the Union forces moved through the South and liberated the South, they liberated those slaves, and those slaves became free. But by the time the war was over, there were still about 500,000 slaves in the U.S. They were in the border states, Kentucky, Maryland, Delaware. Yes, Delaware was a slave state. But so there were 500,000 slaves left. Frederick Douglass was looking forward to working with Lincoln to get the job done and to give the freed black former slaves an opportunity to participate in the real America. Well, that didn't happen. Lincoln's life was taken, as we all know, shortly after his second inauguration. But Frederick Douglass kept working at it, and slavery was finally eradicated in the 13th Amendment to the Constitution in December of 1865, and that's when slavery ended. And Douglass didn't stop there. The 14th and the 15th Amendments were also very critical. Douglass not only worked for the freedom of black folks, but he also worked for women's suffrage. And a lot of people don't know that, but he was a leading proponent of women's suffrage and was personal friends with Susan B. Anthony and the Anthony family. He delivered the eulogy at Susan B. Anthony's father's funeral, and they were buried together. So he lived to be an old man. He was 77 when he died of a heart attack after attending a women's suffrage meeting. A lot of people don't realize this about Frederick Douglass, but in the 19th century, he was the most photographed person in the world in the 19th century. So I ask you today that we honor these two people who were so very important to our history, and that we honor them and respect their memory by doing everything that we can to complete the mission and make America the best it can be for all Americans. Thank you.
For what reason does member rise?
Request that the remarks of the previous speaker be printed in the permanent journal.
Without objection. Chair recognizes Representative Wheeler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, Representative Lescelles, for that amazing and thorough history of this country and a call to make this the best country that it can be as it is in its spirit. I rise today, for those of you who don't know me, my name is Representative Jonah Orion Wheeler. I represent the towns of Peterborough and Sharon, and it's good to see all of you here today, and I apologize for keeping us a little bit longer. I want to go home too. I rise with my friends, the three other African-American members of this body, in the middle of February to mark the Black History Month celebration. This is a tradition of the House in which we read out the names of the black members of this body who have served. So I'll do that and then give a little statement, and then we'll let you go home. So let's start with retired Army Colonel, the first black man to get elected to this body, Henry Boyd Richardson of 1974, who served till 1978. Then there was Lionel Johnson from Manchester from 88 to 2004. Linda Long from Nashua, the first African-American woman to be elected to this legislature. She was elected in 86. Juanita Bell from Nashua from 1998. Harvey Key from Nashua, a good friend, from 1998. Jackie Witherspoon from Exeter from 1997. Chris Roberts of Keene from 2004 to 2016. James Lawrence of Hudson from 2002 to 2008. Melanie LeVake from 2006 to 2010, and again in the 2012 biennium. Carol Etz of Plymouth from 2006 to 2008. Claire Clark of Boscawen from 2000 to 2010. Caroletta Alcia from 2012 to 2018, and then again from 2020 to 2022. My good friend, Jean Judy from Manchester, 2005 to now. My good friend, the longest serving African-American woman in this body, and somebody who words don't describe the public service that she has brought to this state, Linda Harriet Gothright of Nashua. Damon Ford of Manchester, serving from last year, 2020 to 20. Our new friend, Mary Ngwanda Georges from Manchester, who's joining us this biennium. All of these people, about 18, 19 of them, laid the path for a 19-year-old idealistic kid with a lot of dreams and crazy hair to come to this legislature and pass legislation into law. And as Representative Lescelles said, this country has gone through some very tough times, and there were people like Martin Luther King and Elvis Presley who had a dream that we would all live together as one, that black children and white children would dance and sing and be friends, not as black children or white children, but as children. Amen. That people would be together as people. Not black people or white people, but people. And I stand before you today, a 21-year-old with a lot of dreams and energy to get them done, as a testament that those dreams are now a reality. That I grew up with I didn't grow up with a white mother, I grew up with a mother. I didn't grow up with white friends or black friends, I grew up with friends. And that is the dream becoming a reality, where we can all look at each other as human beings, not through the divisions that those with a lot of power are trying to divide this country with, but as human beings working together to advance the state in which we all love. There are so many of us out there who have come to this body, and it is an honor, Mr. Speaker, to be a representative with so many people who care so deeply about the state of New Hampshire. And those that would wish to divide us using lies, political gamemanship, and all the divisive tactics that we see from those who do not believe in the Republic of the United States of America and what it can be for this country. We stand, all of us, as a testament that we will rise above those lies, deception, and deceit and make the United States of America the greatest republic this world has ever seen. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let's bring about the 21st century and American Republic. Thank you.
For what reason does the member rise?
I rise to make a motion to print the words of the young gentleman with the great hair in the permanent journal.
Without objection. Representative Osborne moves that the House stand in recess for the purpose of the introduction of bills, vacate motion, enrolled bill amendments, enrolled bill reports, and receiving messages. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The House is in recess until Thursday, February 20th, 2025 at 10 a.m.